Any sound coming out? There's the sound. So I want to be able to mute that. Now the question is, it's a little bit, but you can hear me and it's the echo, so we should be good.
Thank you. All right, it is 6 o'clock. I have an echo.
Over here, Manny, Moto.
Can you mute it, turn it?
Over here.
Well, the problem was we were getting feedback from the speaker, the big speaker. And we need to have this on every time to be able to hear. So Mark.
Can you mute it,
So
turn
that's
it?
the microphone? Or that's the microphone?
This is the microphone picking us up. We need a way for Josh to talk to us, and we're trying to work through there.
Oh, just kill the microphone here.
I am here. I heard my name. I don't know if you needed me to say something.
Josh, you're good. We're
Great.
gonna get to you. We're just trying to resolve some technical stuff.
Set it to a different.
Josh, do you hear a weird echo on your side?
I do not know. Everything sounds fine.
We thought it was what was causing the problem. So we shut it down.
That should be our external speaker. That should be. That, no, it's going.
Can you just turn the volume down?
No, because you gotta have a speaker. Okay, can you hear? The echo's gone now, but. How do we know? who can-
Josh, can you give us a thumbs up? Okay.
Can you talk, Josh?
Talking now. Can you hear me?
Are you talking now?
I am talking now.
The only way we can hear is that's why I leave it on.
How do we know?
Josh, can you give us a thumb?
So what we need to do is turn that speaker off while he's speaking.
This one off? Okay, I can do that.
Because that's what's picking us up, is that's.
Josh, when we get to your section, which again will be in probably 5 or 10 minutes, I'll give you the heads up and then give us 10 seconds on our side to turn off the mic over there.
Will do.
You wanna leave it like that or you're gonna?
I think we're good.
Okay, 'cause you just set it to another device that's not turned on.
It's not active.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start that again. Here we are. What is it, December 12th? Yes, the Tuesday. Spicing things up. All right. I'm gonna call this thing to order. Let's start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I will lead us. Final act. Okay. Face the flag and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As mentioned, the special Tuesday edition to accommodate our holiday performance tomorrow, Wednesday. I think that's great. I appreciate everybody being here. We do have a quorum. We're waiting on a couple folks who should be trickling in soon. Let me do a quick call to order here. Zach Davis, present. Kate Johnson.
Here.
Daniel Wang. Bridget Salentino.
Here.
Dr. Quesada. No.
Have I heard?
Judy, not, well, even she was on the computer, she can hear us, okay, so. Judy's not here yet. Christine,
Here.
excellent, Miriam is not here. Bob Ham. Here. Phillips,
I'm here, but it'll be Mark moving forward in my position. It'll just be, it'll have my name and probably say designee, so he'll be the one that you call the word moving forward.
Mark, do you want to just get it in there, just say here?
I'm here.
Excellent, thank you. Turner?
Here.
Cooper Hamrick.
You that?
Ivy Matthews.
Here.
I'm gonna keep things rolling here. Public comment, I see we have one speaker slip. Who's gonna be taking notes for the speaker? Anybody? Anybody? I won't be at the next meeting to be able to corroborate what is said or not said. So I'm not gonna be taking notes.
That,
I'll pick notes,
Thank you very much. Daniel is our secretary, but he's. Okay, Mr. Salentino, Chris Salentino.
Two comments for item G, A, and GB. I'll put them together and keep them in 1 minute or less. When I'm called on to give the disciplinary policy task review report, I will report on one item that isn't technically that, so I'm making it a public comment now. The records retention policy needs to be reviewed, and records retention needs to be revisited. There do not appear to be any notes of anything that occurred after I left the board in 2016. All of the notebooks that I left for all of the policies that existed prior to that time don't appear to be on site. They may be in records retention that was handled by our IT officer, but we need to have a records retention policy. We should keep a copy of everything. So in order to do my job at the task force, you're lucky that I keep copies of everything. So I happen to have the original charter, the second charter, the draft of the charter, the draft of the policies. Item number 2, GB. I understand, and I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank Zach. I understand things are coming up later, but I'm premeditating that to say thank you for everything that you've done. I've been honored to be your friend. I've appreciated everything you've done for the school. And when that moment comes, I want to be the first to applaud. But since I won't be able to speak, I wanted to tell you today, thank you for everything you've done.
Cannot respond to that.
That's right. That's right.
Nobody gonna punish you.
What are they gonna do, pick you up?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna tell you.
Thank you very much. The feeling is mutual, and I appreciate all of your help. And that goes not only Mr. Salentino, but a wide variety of stakeholders that have really been pulling a lot of weight. Unfortunately, it's not as big as it once was. I mean, it's these things tend to do. We've got a group of passionate folks that really chip in, and I'm looking around, looking at Claire, who's stepped up in a huge way, but it's been a pleasure to work with everybody, Turner, Devin, everybody on the board. It really is an amazing community, and we've got a lot of positive energy and a lot of people that are just, you know, spending a lot of hard work and a lot of free time, and this is a volunteer position. It is largely thankless, except when you see things come together, and it's pretty cool when that happens. So I appreciate my time working with everybody, and I'll probably speak a little bit more on that, but thank you. All right, moving into board member comments, correspondence. I'm gonna haze Miriam and Judy because they just walked in. Do you guys want to say anything as we now get into board member comments?
I don't say have something right now.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else? Anybody else on the board have anything they want to touch on before I jump into the rest of the agenda? Okay, I'm gonna keep things rolling. Reports and presentations. As we have done under my stewardship, we have shifted the student report to the front. That still means you guys have to pay attention for the rest as long as you're able to before your parents start banging down the door to get you out of here. But let's kick it off. Cooper, Ivy, what do you have for us?
Okay, so been brought up at the student representative meetings, the basketball team for the middle school has been like, there's been a lot of middle schoolers that have been requesting a basketball team for the school, or like a extracurricular activity after school maybe. And also, the student, the host, I don't know, the students want more free dress days on half days.
Another thing that that people have brought us a lot are more like day school trips, not like overnight. So I like brainstormed a few, like to like Balboa Park or museums or the Thai schools, or just like any curriculum related field trips that we could do. that are just fun and easy. They're just like a break from school without. Nothing else really.
How's the day-to-day school? Any sort of, and thank you for those comments. Any issues with passing period or
Not a whole lot.
bathrooms are holding up okay?
Well, I think, in the boys' bathroom, there's the urinal divider that's broken.
Yep.
But I think I brought that up in last meeting.
Is that in the remodeled bathroom? Yes.
Yeah,
No.
For the middle school basketball, is that boys and girls, mainly boys? Is it sixth grade, seventh grade, or is it everybody?
I'm pretty sure it was mainly boys, but we could include girls if they want to. sign up.
Back in the day, we had the co-ed.
Yeah, we already had one, but we would have to find a coach.
Yeah, it's a little late in the game for signups for local leagues, but I know it's happened in the past and it's usually a parent volunteer. So I would suggest you put some pressure. I mean, this is a good place to broadcast it and we'll tap on shoulders. But push on your parents too. Push on
Only
your
when
parents'
you-
friends.
A parent that coached basketball.
Yeah.
and had experience.
Somebody's already.
And you had more basketball.
Here,
We're already missing basketball practice right now.
brought up in the.
Perfect. Okay, moving on, nothing to see here.
I have a question, probably, who's in charge of the field trips? On organizing if they want to do day field trips?
I'm not
You?
sure.
I don't think it's teachers, it's the teachers that we have the ability to do field trips.
I have to sign off on
So
it.
that they know that's an option to do.
Yeah.
field trips.
Some field trips, that we put on the list, we've mandated too, so we said you have to do these field trips. So
Because
those
those are the overnight ones, right?
they are in middle school, but I'm just mean in general, like, we have like a list of all of those that we push out.
We talked about one way that we could connect it to our PBL would be more field trips related to. I was gonna touch on this later, but for the 8th grade, I have them for PBL and they are creating a mural in the music room. And something we talked about would be a day field trip to like Chicon Park or something like that. So connecting it to PBL is one way we could do more day field trips. And it's something the teachers, just in the middle school, talked about. We do have that big field trip at the end of the year, but we need to do a better job of having 1 or 2 day field trips for the middle school.
Yeah, we were watching the 4th graders cycle and everyone started talking about it. They were like, I missed the day field trips. I really wish that we could do more. So I thought that would be a good thing to bring up.
Any other questions? Thanks, you guys.
Welcome.
Financial report, okay, Josh, so. We are going to turn off the mic in here, just give us a minute. And then you can take the floor.
So we need that volume back on.
Keep an eye on her, so I go to.
Yeah. Josh, can you hear us? Can you start the report?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I didn't hear anything the couple seconds before though. So I'm just gonna start. You want me to just go? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna go. I think that's a okay, so I'm just gonna go. Okay, so 2 things on the agenda today that we need to accomplish. The first one is the approval of a new budget. And that's the first thing. You'll see it later on in the action items, but it's something that I'll talk about now. The second thing is the approval of the first interim. What the first interim report is it's a report that needs to go to the district, just kind of updates the district on one, your current financial status as of October 31st, 2023, and two, if you have a new budget revised, which in essence is what we're trying to report on today. So on this screen, you have essentially the numbers that cover both. This first column that says October 31st, 2023 actuals first interim, those are the numbers, the financials as of October 31st, 2023, which is the first interim. And this column right here where it says 2023-24 preliminary budget is the first budget that the school board approved in June. And then this 23-24 budget revision is in essence, the new budget we are trying to have the board approve today with a more accurate reflection of how the school is doing. So as I mentioned, there's a budget on here, but there's also the actuals. Both of those are going on the district report for the district to acknowledge and review. And both of them, the interim and the budget revision are being proposed to the board to be approved today. So from a high level perspective, this document that you have, this is the summary. These ones below it are the details of how the summary breaks down. But as of right now, I'm just going to talk about the summary. And if you have any questions, we can go backwards and talk about the details or the district report. So main thing that I want to highlight is this column right here, preliminary budget. We budgeted a deficit for this year of $129,844. That's this number right here. That's based off a 248 enrollment and a 228 ADA. So as you can see with the budget on the right that we're presenting to the board, the enrollment's now looking like it's around 199 and the ADA is looking around 185. So that's a loss of 43 ADA. So what does a loss of 43 ADA do? Well, it cuts your revenue down by like $468,000. So as you can see, this preliminary budget, we're at 3.6 million in revenue. Now we're budgeting about 3.2 million in revenue, right? So when we zoom down, what does that do to the surplus or the deficit? Well, the deficit that we originally approved of 130,000 right here, it's now going to $531,000 right there. So obviously the overwhelming majority of that is due to the loss in enrollment in ADA. So that's kind of the outlook right now. I mean, it's not the best, of course, but you do have reserves, as you can see right here. The beginning fund balance that you came into is about 1.2 million right here. The original budget was budgeting for an adjustment of 1.1 million after the loss, but now we're talking about maybe 695, 700,000 based off the current budget. So really main drivers is loss in enrollment in ADA. I know the school has been working on grants and getting additional funds and things like that. So those things are outstanding as of right now, but as of our latest data, as of last week or so, this is kind of where we're at. So that's the budget portion. I'll talk about the interim portion as well right here. It's less important than the budget because the budget reflects the year. The interim just reflects the period. And then I guess maybe we can unmute or whatever's going on and you can ask me any questions. The main point with the interim is that as of the period of July 1st through October 31st, 2023, the school is running at a deficit of 300,000 or 299,000. That's not unusual because most schools run a deficit up front because most of the expenses tend to be up front with the start of the school year. And, most of the revenue comes in the back end. But despite that only being 300, the budget is probably more informative for the board at this point in time. But nonetheless, the district wants to know where you stand as of the first interim. And the main point is it's a deficit of 300,000. So this is the CSMC template. I think you guys should have gotten in your packet what the district template looks like. Nonetheless, the numbers are the same. I just use this as a more reader-friendly version and as a summary. So with that being said, I don't know if you guys do something on your side to switch the mic back on so I can hear you, but any questions on this information here?
Right, we got a weird echo.
All right, now, Kate.
So this enrollment is 199, but I see on our current enrollment, we're 189. So this is actually, it's going to not get better, it's going to get worse over the next quarter. Is that what I'm understanding as well? What does that reflect for us? 189?
Josh, did you hear Kate's question?
Did she mention the enrollment? That's the
Yes.
last thing I heard. Yeah, I did. So yeah, it's not at the end of the day, it's not really about enrollment, it's more about ADA. But if we just
Question.
did she mention the enrollment? That's
Yeah.
Are you guys good? Should I keep talking?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, so at the end of the day, it's not really about the enrollment, it's about ADA. But naturally, like, you know, if you have 10 less kids, it's more likely your ADA goes down too. So if that is the case, and we are 10 less in enrollment, and we just want to assume that we'll be 10 less in ADA, then yeah, you're talking about, you know, $120,000 ballparking additional loss on top of it. But again, you know, maybe more kids come to school of your current group, and it doesn't hurt the ADA as much. But yes, if that is the current enrollment, that's not a helpful sign at all.
185. So it's 98% through the year. We're gonna get that.
Yeah, we're currently running like right around 93.
So the 185 ADA on this isn't accurate either.
The 185 would be 92.9%, I think, which is 93%.
But that's what you just.
He's running it off the correct numbers, I think.
No, I was saying, based on the 189, to get to 185, it would be a 98%.
Right, that's how I understood it too.
The 189 times 9. Like 175, so yeah. 176.
So that's it. It's basically the whole 10 students load. Yep.
Which would be another 100,000-ish.
Of course, too.
Other
I mean,
questions for Josh?
maybe you get enrollment up too from here to the end of the year. Obviously, each day that passes is you're losing days to earn a full average daily attendance. But you know, if you could get 10 more students, that helps offset a little bit, you know.
Any other questions?
Josh, you have anything else you want to share?
No, that's it. Just yeah, as I mentioned, these are the two things you'll be approving later on in the agenda, and then they will go to the district for their review. And just I guess I'll put this out there because I've been mentioning it for my other schools too. A lot of schools have been asking me, well, what's the district going to say? I think their encouragement for things like this, if they say anything, because this is an interim, meaning the end of the year could change a lot, right?
Yeah, change a lot.
They will, if they feel like they need to say something, what they would probably say is like, hey, you know, we understand hard times. You do have reserves, but you know, culturally or mentally or whatever, planning wise, strategically, you don't want to continue on this pace. You know, maybe in the following years, you got to figure out how you're going to steer the ship in the right way. So that's generally what I've heard, and I've been letting schools know because I feel like they're somewhat worried of what the district's going to say. So hopefully maybe that helps. But that's all I got. Anything else for me?
I don't think so.
Thanks,
Mark,
Josh.
you can actually shut down that whole thing now.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys. Well, have a good evening.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, well, technical issues aside, that was not great. Down here, obviously, we got a bigger philosophical discussion at some point about enrollment and otherwise, we can get into that in other subjects. The interim audit. David Graves.
Good evening, board. My name is David Graves, and I was hired by OTA to provide an independent auditor's report for 21-22 year, 22-23 year, and 23-24 year. And so this report is 22-23 year, obviously 23-24 years going on right now. It was interesting listening to the report on the first interim. But this is a report on last fiscal year. And so really in this report, there's really three reports in there. There's a financial statement report. There's a report on your financial statements. There's a report on your internal controls, and there's a report on your state compliance. There could be a fourth report if you had federal expenditures in excess of 500,000, which you don't. So there's no report on federal compliance because no federal compliance audit was needed. Okay, so for the financial statement audit, my report is basically whether your financial statements that were presented to me by the school are fairly stated or not. And so, so that entails me looking at year-end close. I consider internal controls, which is another report I also issue. And basically, in all three of the reports that I issued, on the financial statement audit, I issued an unmodified opinion, meaning that the financial statements are free of material misstatements. So that was always what, as management, you would want as a charter school, because obviously you have oversight agencies that are monitoring you and you know, looking at not only the financial performance, but they want to make sure that the information that you're presenting is accurate. And so you got a good audit opinion on the financial statements. Now, just on the financial statements, just real brief discussion of that. On page 3 is your financial position. This is a balance sheet, statement of financial position is what it's called when you're a nonprofit organization. You ended the year with 1.4 million in cash. You were owed 154,000. Prepaid expenses is like insurance, you know, if you paid in advance for some of your insurance, that would be an example of what a prepaid expense would be. It's an asset that's sort of amortized. You have deposits, the 32,000 on the facility. Capital assets would be any equipment that you bought that's over 5,000. There's some new accounting for leases that's required. And this was the first year of implementation of that. And so I worked with your back office company to ensure that we accounted for the leases correctly. And then liabilities, you know, what did you owe vendors at year end? What did you owe employees? Deferred revenue, that's like grant money that you received that you haven't spent the money yet. So it's not officially revenue yet. So it's still liability until you spend it. Then it's released from restrictions. So that's the balance sheet. And by the way, net assets, that's your equity. 1,226,286 at year end. So that's great. So your financial position was great. Let's look at financial performance. So statement of activities is what that is. So there was a change in net, there was basically a deficit of $12,177. Now that's a lot less of a deficit than what they were talking about at the first interim for this year due to the decline in enrollment. So you almost broke even basically this 22-23 year. And again, end of year, $1.2 million. So, and then the statement of cash flows, that's on page 5. That just goes over basically, you know, it just looks purely at cash inflows, cash outflows, and what you ended the year in cash with. So that's your financial statements, and I won't go into all the notes to the financial statements. The notes just go more into details about the lease, about how you measure fair value of things, your capital asset policy, things like that. So that's the notes. Then I'll go into report number 2, which is on page 22. This is a report on internal control. What internal control is it's basically your financial policies and procedures. Like, do you have a separation of duties? Like, is the person that's recording the financial transactions separate from the person that has custody or that authorizes? There has to be separation so that errors of fraud going undetected is minimized to an acceptable level. And based on the interviews that I did, based on the test work that I did, nothing came to, I don't express an opinion on internal control. That's not what I do under generally accepted auditing standards, but nothing came to my attention that I did not see any deficiencies in internal control. It all looked good. And then the third report is on state compliance. 2 big ticket items. State compliance is attendance, as well as instructional minutes. You also receive, you have your main apportionment, what's called LCFF, and then you have other pots of money that you get, so to speak. And those pots of money a lot of times come with further restrictions. Your main pot of money, your LCFF, you have to submit an LCAP, you have to, like I said, you have to be accounting for your attendance accurately, you have to have the right instructional minutes for a year. Then there's these restricted grants, which are to benefit your unduplicated pupil count population, like your kids that are English language learners or foster homeless youth or that are eligible for free reduced lunch. You have to spend those restricted monies on, you know, tutors and helping kids that aren't meeting standards, meet standards. And so So I have to test to make sure that those restricted dollars are being spent on appropriate things. And so as far as the state compliance report, in my opinion, there was that the school complied in all material respects with state compliance. And so you got a good opinion there too. So so all three reports, good opinions, looks like, at least as of the end of 2023, good financial position. Obviously, this year, there's obviously some challenges. We obviously need to get our enrollment up. That's the big thing. I've seen this trend with colleagues that I have that are working in charter schools. It seems to be kind of a trend that there's declining enrollment throughout the state. Some I see that are doing advertising and trying to do other things to draw in more students. Anyway, so, but as far as the 22-23 year, it looks like as of June 30th, you were in a good financial position. And as far as your fiscal policies and procedures, it appears that you're doing great. You have a good operation here, good sound fiscal policies and procedures. So just wanted to share this report. And was there any questions from the board on these financial statements? Okay. All right. Well, I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity. I will probably by February submit another proposal for 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, 27. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Future liaison report. Turner Watts.
Right, so I will, I got in touch with all the teachers to kind of give a little report of what's going on in the classroom, this quarter. As far as PBL goes, I'll start with the middle school. I think they responded first. The 6th grade, they are conducting their own experiments, investigations, and they're going to present their findings during the exhibition. The 7th grade, for their PBL project, they are creating their own recipes and putting that into a bake sale. So we're incorporating math, science, and I guess they're excited about sharing their recipes. And then the 8th graders are creating a mural in the music room. So they've been they're creating a presentation on the history of murals, and they are working hard to figure out the best way to create this mural. And they've designed the mural, so I'm excited about that. And then they're creating 2. So what they're doing, one on the wall, and the other one is going to be, we have the top of the grand piano that we're gonna, the idea is to turn that into something that we might be able to hang. And I think we were trying to get more things on display. So from what I understand, they put a lot of math and measurement, and I think it's gonna work out. So lots to do after the break on that, right? And then I'll go down to kindergarten. They're working on just a general report. They're working on blending their sounds together to make words and start reading, which is great. I'll be there with my son next year, so reading is exciting to hear they're getting that far. They're learning about plants and working and growing their own sunflowers for their PBL project. Then 1st grade, they are exploring the topics that help explain the world. For example, the layers of the planet Earth. They're learning about early civilizations. And then they're going to be creating their own video representations of their favorite things that they've learned. So that's it's like their project. And then I'll just do one more because I could go on and on. They gave me so much great information. In 3rd grade, they've been working on fluency and multiplication and division. And they are going to be doing a wax museum, and that sounds pretty cool, on ancient Rome. So I'm excited to see that one. I wish that, the teachers were able to go around and see some of the, I feel like when I have PBL, I'm kind of stuck in here, but it would be, because it goes by an hour really fast, so it'd be cool to, go see the other classrooms, so. That's just a personal wish that we could do that more.
Or maybe as a class, we could go to.
Yeah, something to get it a little, but I know the students do get to go a little bit around once they're done with their part. I've seen a lot of the students around, but I don't see many of the teachers.
Is there a communication that goes out to parents with specifics about what their grade is doing in PBL?
Yes, there should be. The PBL presentation is the 16th of January, so I imagine there'll be a lot more communication on that.
And
right after
breaking
break.
it down so parents understand that it's not just, so parents understand really what it is and how it ties in.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, and I can pass that on. We need to make sure we're pushing that out to parents to understand what the projects are about and how it's project based on.
Yeah.
And so that's the main thing I want to talk about. And then something else, that, in past board meetings that we've talked about, some of the things that, how we could support teachers with behaviors. I know that was something that meant a lot to the board. So I talked to the teachers about that, and first of all, they were really appreciative of that support from the board. But they did want to mention that for them currently this year, that the kind of behaviors that they'd really like to get support on are not really, they're more of the better served through like a counselor. And I know that we do have a counselor, but it's only, you schedule it and a student would see that counselor outside of school. And I know it's a big ask, it's a very expensive thing, and I know we've talked about the budget, but we're just, that's something that would mean a lot to the teachers to be able to send a student who might need support from a counselor, not necessarily, discipline, like a detention or something like that. So more, counselor-like, behavior support system. And I think that could be through grants, that could be through different creative ways, but it would be something that the teachers see on the day-to-day that would be really helpful to our students. So I wanted to get that out to the board. That's something that means a lot to the teachers. And it's that day-to-day thing, not something that you schedule a meeting for a counselor and, it takes 3 weeks before you get to meet a student to meet with a counselor. We're talking like in the moment. I know we're a really small school. It's hard to justify having a counselor on site, but just looking into some ways that we could start thinking about creatively how we could support students in that way. So those were the two things that I wanted to talk about tonight. Does anyone have any questions?
I do, and the children that you're referring to, is it academic or is it behavioral that they need some?
Behavioral.
Behavioral.
I'm working with the foundation to try to, there's some state grants for counselors. So when this request came up, it kind of came up in our SOS meeting. We're actually going to start some social groups with Coach Kalaki and Mr. Morales on the half day Fridays because they don't have the same schedule. So we can kind of do some social groups, and that's kind of how this idea got birthed, is we were trying to figure out how this could be more of a mainstay. And so I'm working with the foundation. We've actually already identified a grant. It's due in February. So we're working on that grant, and that would sustain a counselor. I think it was for 2 or 3 years. I can't remember right now. But that would be our goal right now, is to not, affect the budget, but also acquire this, because this is kind of what the teachers have said they feel like would make a big difference.
So you're saying a counselor on staff full time? Right, that's what it would be.
Could be potentially part-time.
Yeah.
We do have counseling,
We have a
from my understanding.
So we have that's what he was talking about. So we have a counselor that if there's like an emergency in school, this is a person that we would reach out to, and they would meet with the family and help with the family, but it's not in school. So it's not like this person, like a kid can walk up to this person's office and not.
They would go to like their home or coffee shop and meet with the student after you've scheduled it. It's not that immediate.
Correct.
Like this one would be like if a kid was having a meltdown in the classroom, the counselor would go and talk to them in the moment, which would be
More along those lines.
Yeah.
helpful to get maybe to the root of an issue or.
Right.
Can I?
Just the social groups?
Yeah, so counselors, when children have trouble assimilating into social groups or like, having conversations with peers at their level because either maybe they're too mature or they're not mature enough to have some of those peer level conversations. What counselors do is they pull in that kid and either like peers or model peers or both into a group, and they play games together and they talk through how, if a kid gets really upset when they lose, like they talk through like what that process looks like and how other kids perceive it. And they have like a social group where they talk through those things so that way some of that social awareness becomes a piece. And also it's in like a safe space because it's usually kids that kid or the kids that are being focused on have a good relationship with. So our concept is to try to do that. We have some kids that we think this would really help. And so as we were talking during our SOS meeting, the conversation of having social groups came up, and I almost immediately started thinking like, who could even do this with the scheduling? And Coach Clackey immediately said that he would, and he was my number one person because schedule wise, he would be the person who would be the most open to do this. So
Have an afternoon on the half days or like what?
no, it'll happen during the 8 to noon on the days that kids
Oh,
appear.
you're thinking that day would be the target for when you.
Yeah, so every 2 weeks we'll have some social groups that will start after. Our goal is to start after winter break.
Would it be
So-
middle or core classes?
Yeah, I got two questions.
Yeah, so that's a very common thing for counseling sessions and like social groups to be worked on is they are gonna miss some of their core class time, but any educational research that you read, it will say you have to eliminate the behaviors before you can teach any of the academics. So our goal is to teach some of those social groupings so that they can go into class and hear and understand them.
I have two questions. One, what kind of training do Coach Kalaki?
We're working on that. They don't currently have that. We're working on
I
that.
know, so if you're starting those after winter break with two people who,
I pulled some books and we're looking for some professional development.
the other question I have is, this sounds quite a bit like the restorative practices that were practiced in every classroom constantly that we've been asking about that in the past. These were the kind of like circle times where people were talking about it and having feedback when people were having issues and talking through some of these things. And I think that we've brought this up a couple of times as incorporating the restorative practices and the restorative circles that we did in the past.
Yeah, so we recently had a training, a month ago, 3 weeks ago, to kind of bring back some of the restorative stuff, but what we're talking about is different. They are different settings. They are different scenarios.
So how often are those restorative circles and restorative practices happening in classrooms right now?
I would say it's different in each class. Some people are doing it like daily, as like morning meetings. Other people like more in the middle school are having them at different periods, like different times. I think more on demand at that point than like a regular process. Would you say that?
And you see it more in daily in the lower grades.
That's what I mean. So the
Yeah,
morning
the
meetings are
morning
more that.
meetings,
And that's,
they-
Bob's here, he sees those things.
Question for the students.
Yeah.
Do you guys find when your teachers do go to restorative practice circles, do you find them helpful?
I didn't think we've done one this year.
Oh,
I've done several with the 7th grade. I don't know, I think everybody has not done one this year. So perhaps that is something that we need to fit more into the schedule.
And I got great
So,
feedback.
yeah,
from-
I mean, it is great, and I will say that it's hard to find when you're trying to get through stuff on a day schedule. So that's something that we could definitely improve upon. But I would agree that what we're talking about with Coach Lackey is definitely different, because this is not a whole class. These are the students that specifically have those social needs. And I have a couple of students with 504s that we have that identified as something that would help them, because a lot of schools do that. And it's not even something that somebody needs training for. It's something that somebody's volunteering their time as a professional. It's not, you don't even have to have.
No, but we want to
Right.
get them. trained.
Yeah, of
Correct.
course, but I mean, it's not like it's a creative way to help some students.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like, one of the things that is a recognizable thing from COVID or the fallout of COVID is kids just did not play with each other when they came back. Like they just didn't know how to like, share and have those like regular conversations that you would see kids have. And so this is putting them in a setting. Some of these kids may not have peers that they get to regularly play with, or they feel like they're not included into the group. And so this is a way to kind of get those things set up and kind of work through those things in the moment instead of trying to figure out the repercussion afterwards.
I'm just
How
gonna
are they in the moment if it's one day every other 2 weeks?
So when the problem arises, the adult the person who's facilitating it has those immediate conversations where instead often examples, I think you would know, something happens on the playground and then it doesn't come to me until 20 or 30 minutes later, and it's a different setting at that point, if that makes sense. We're looking for a more, immediate conversation in those, so kids start to have those their schema built on how they respond.
And
I'm not understanding how it's in the moment and it's these social groups on every other week.
So it would be a relationship building too, where Coach Clackey is building this relationship, and then maybe he's the person that they go to. He could be teaching, but when he's available,
I think your question, Kate, I think the answer to your question is, I'm talking about in the moment during the social group. So like, they're playing a game, okay? Kid rolls the dice, doesn't get what he wants. He's upset and he's like, showing that. That's a time where it's immediate response. And so that's what I'm talking about in the moment versus something that happens on the playground on Wednesday and it comes to me 20 minutes later, and then I'm trying to sort through what happens. The person is right there as part of it, facilitating and having those conversations and trying to
coach the skills and
and kind of coach them through those moments of like what that looks like, feels like, sounds like, all that stuff.
May I ask how many students are we talking about?
So we
And how often
identified,
does this happen?
yeah, so it would just be like it would be on half day Fridays, and I think we identified 2 or 3 kids. It wasn't a huge number of kids.
I'd say that just a handful.
Yeah, it was
5, 6 kids.
So it
Could be like, hey, I'm gonna go over there and make a
No.
ruckus so I can get out of class.
Yeah.
5 kids, but then you're talking about peers that are also involved?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like from a class, like Coach Clackey may pull like 2 or 3 people,
Resources.
but the focus is one kid in that time. I mean, these are very common things that happen at lots of different schools. This is just a way that we as a SOS team, again, trying to throw every resource we have and trying to identify the needs of the kids. This was a need that we identified and we didn't have an answer for. So again, at SOS, which is why these half days are so important to us, is we sat around and talked about what can we do, what resources do we have to throw at it. And this was, with the resources we have, this was our best answer. And we felt really strongly leaving the meeting that this was a really great thing.
Do you have some pilot programs or something that you could send to us that we could understand that other schools have used, that we could see what the structure looks like?
Sure.
Okay,
I mean, I don't currently have them, but I'm sure I can find them.
I wasn't asking for this moment. I was just saying moving forward so that we could understand kind of the concept.
Sounds like this is a bridge anyway to this longer term solution, hopefully of getting the money in place for that.
Yeah, if a counselor came in, this is something a counselor would do regularly. They would be pulling kids for this as a regular thing. This is every counselor I've ever had run social groups constantly. In fact, most of their schedules were set up to run social groups for a good half of the day in other places that I've been.
I'm just gonna throw this out there and feel free to throw it back, because I don't know the schedule or how the teachers like to do it. So, maybe like once a month during flex, that each classroom can take that time period to do restorative circles. So everybody, I mean, I got great feedback from not just my kid in 7th grade, but other parents, and I think that parents like the idea of the restorative circles, and it seems to work.
I've seen an uptick in implementation even since we had our training, because I think people were kind of doing morning meetings before, but then once we went through that training, it kind of opened up some more of that conversation.
I think it needs to happen in middle school. That's where, well, I'm only in middle school, but that's where I see.
I will pass that along in tomorrow, and we'll talk about implementing that one.
But following up on one other thing, I mean, I think actually this does to me sound like a great idea, and but my concern would be if you guys are mentioning just the missing class time for the students. I mean, especially because we're so academically oriented. Also, we want to make sure that when we're looking at peer schools, it's a school that has sort of the same type of academic ambitions that we do. And it just seems like kids regularly missing class mean, I understand for the student that needs to have the behaviors corrected, but some positive for them, but if it's a whole peer group, then there's gonna be other students also in the same class. And I don't know, that's the flag that I
Sure.
see.
So in most schools that I've been at, they pull during social studies time because it's the least of the four core classes. They pull during those periods of time. Like in our case, we would pull like probably during PBL or those times. Unfortunately, on our Fridays
It's just the core.
is more of a core day, but
curriculum,
it's the only day that we have them free, like I said. So it's trying to fit them through, and we'll, like I talked to Coach Glacky, what we want to do, we have the list of kids, we'll identify like when their times are the best to pull them, so it's the least impact on their instruction.
And he seems like a key person who definitely has the relationship with the students that would be positive. And I think I have heard about now some of these restorative things. I hear about kids reporting things out or whatever in third grade. So that probably
Third grade is definitely one of our hotspots for it.
the restorative. I didn't know what I was hearing about.
Yeah.
But,
It's one of the places I've seen, like morning meetings were always happening, but there's an uptick in what those conversations look like after the training.
yeah, but again, when it's a whole class, then everybody is doing this. There's not some kids that are just usually.
Yeah.
That's just my.
But one thing I would counter with, and I hear everything you guys are saying, but this is the staff getting together, circling up and talking about best practices and what they would recommend.
Oh, no, I agree. That's what I'm saying. It sounds great, but then when you hear from your child, like, oh, I miss social studies. Why? Because I got to go play a game with Coach K.
We're talking about 5 or 6 kids whose parents would probably be aware that they might need.
We'll definitely contact parents if they're going into this, just like, and I think the other thing, I really appreciate that, Zach, because I mean, this is again, just imagine my table upstairs with every educator in this building around it with our conversation coming to this conclusion. So I appreciate that because it is like, that's what a lot of what I was asking for last year was time to do those things so we could figure out some of these and problem solve. And I feel like, I don't want to speak for the staff, but I know we were all excited to feel like we had an answer to like work with and where in the past, last year, it was like, you can't even get together to have some of those conversations.
Something that is often overlooked is that at a larger school, we have teachers are gonna have multiple teachers in the grade, and they're gonna talk, and they're gonna be able to do that, and there's a want to do that, and this is a way to do that. It's a way for teachers to get together and collaborate, and I love what OTA for what it's one class, but that is something that as an educator that's missing. So that's why it is important. The teachers and they're getting together, they're putting their heads together and coming up with what they thought was a great idea.
And I think especially the last one, again, I don't want to speak for the teachers, I want, your opinion on this, but I felt like it was an incredible community building too. We had like there was a lot of real conversation about kids and our understanding of them and how we want to work with them and how we want to change different things to tweak to provide them a better education. So
What's the target for the grant? When is that? If you got it, when would it get here?
so it would start for next school year.
Okay.
The grant would start for next school year.
Yeah, and this was not a.
Yeah, it wasn't an immediate request. This was like, it was
Yeah.
birthed out of that conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
These are things we think we need, who can give that? And we're all like looking at each other going, I'm not trained in that kind of thing. And so that's how we kind of arrived on that.
Cool.
So you guys are gonna submit that for that grant?
Yeah, I'm working with Sheila from the foundation. She sent me, I think it was, I could be wrong on the date. It was like, I think it was last Friday flag, actually. She came to me and said, hey, I found the grant we're looking for. The problem is it's due today. And I was like, oh my gosh. So when I went into it, I sorted through it and it said it had a deadline of today. And then I think February 24th, or that's maybe the 24th of February, had some sort of February date. And I was like, yes. And I emailed her back and said, hey, I don't think this is a lot bigger than the grants that I've written to try to do it in one day. But I think like we can definitely hit this deadline. And so her and I are organizing meetings right now to try to pump that out.
Great. Go ahead.
I have one more thing for them to bring back to teachers.
Yeah.
I know we struggled with STEM over the last couple of years since Ms. Vickers has left. The STEM curriculum that I've seen come home has been incredible. I think he's doing a great job getting our middle schoolers specifically up to speed. I've been really impressed with it and just seeing a turnaround on that. Yeah, Mr. Feathers has been amazing, I know.
I second that.
He's
Yeah.
wonderful. He's
Yeah.
a great colleague as well.
Yeah, he's great. What a process to find him though, after that year of searching.
Well said, and especially
Yeah.
given all of the issues that we had,
Yeah.
that become an area of strength is an
Yeah.
amazing turnaround. Okay, we're not making a lot of progress on our agenda though. So Turner, I appreciate it. Any other questions for Turner?
Behavior, have you seen it improve in middle school? Yeah,
Yeah, as far as I know, me. I mean, that's a loaded question.
Yeah, I was just thinking about your experience right at the end of the day and how that
Yeah.
probably is impacting your response there.
I think overall behaviors have been better. And it is the week before holiday break, so students are in seat, so I think we're doing well.
but you've seen less disruption.
I have not in my class seen a lot of disruption. Have you guys seen a lot of disruption?
Not really. I guess like one time during flex, I was finishing up a quiz and I don't know, I guess, but this was kind of like 2 weeks ago, so I don't know if it changed at all. But, I guess there was a few like noises, I guess, during
Oh my
flex.
God, noises.
No, but they're like, I don't know, they're talking, so, yeah.
I think the in-class behavior has gone better, but the outside on the playground still needs work.
Thanks, guys. Office of Administrators report, Melody.
That you're just gonna shout from back there.
I know.
Good evening, everyone. From our last board meeting, we are down 3 students. And so for kindergarten, we are still with 10 students enrolled, 1 on the wait list, 18 students for first grade, 19 students for second grade with 1 on the wait list, 22 students for third grade with 2 still on the wait list, 26 enrolled for fourth grade, 27 enrolled for fifth grade, 23 enrolled for sixth grade, 28 enrolled for seventh grade, and 16 enrolled for eighth grade. So
How's the transition been?
it's getting better.
Any questions? Anything else that you wanted to hit?
I believe it's during.
Yeah, I think she requested, I talked to you, she requested to talk to the board during closed session.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions during open about enrollment or otherwise?
So last board meeting, we were talking about the exit interviews that were requested. Well, I wasn't on the board last year, but from the board last year, right, to be done. And I had sent an email with Judy and you did reply saying that it seems like a lot of people and to do an exit interview. We don't necessarily need to be in it, but I think there's certain questions that we would like to ask.
Yep.
Were exit interviews done for those 3 kids that left?
Yeah, the 3 kids that she's talking about are the ones that in last meeting I talked to you guys about. In your email, you'd said you talked to these people and you wanted information about those people, but 2 of those people on that list are the 3 of these people.
And then one is the other one.
The one that I don't know that question. The other one is also, the other one also had an exit interview that we didn't talk about, the one on there. So there's 3, so I can tell you about that student. I think the one you're talking about is not off of these numbers because these were ran officially yesterday. It wasn't official until later. Does that make sense? So this number is really 188 now as of today.
I still would like to, and Julia, if you would want to be in them too, just to ask, I think there's certain questions that we would like to ask, just to get a full picture of why these parents are leaving. They know we're losing really good, like 2 of them that we lost are really good, very involved parents. And I would like to know specifically why.
You have exit interviews with the parents when they leave.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I can answer with all three of those, what happened with them, pretty in depth, because I had really, I mean, we literally sat down and had like, two of them, I had probably a 30+ minute conversation with about things. The other one I probably was on the phone with for 20 minutes. He'd actually requested to talk to me before disenrolling. He has one child still here and he disenrolled the other child. I think for reasons that would not be what anybody thinks of. For that one.
And because I mean, they let you know prior to, obviously, that they're pulling their kids out, right?
Not always. Sometimes I don't find out that kids disenrolled until like a day or two later when it starts to get processed. So, but in these ones, I had close relationships.
Yeah,
with
can we table
all-
that for a little bit later?
Yeah,
When
we
we
don't
don't
talk
have.
in front of kids about other kids.
I don't know, I don't think we're gonna mention any specific.
No, I'm not gonna say anybody's name.
Don't they know who?
Can say
I mean, we can table it, but I don't think we're seeing anything wrong. Or inappropriate. So we can table it, we'll come back to it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Looking at these numbers, maybe what would be helpful then, and maybe the next meeting is the delta from the beginning of the year.
Hmm.
So we can kind of know, because we know where we are from, what our prediction was last year. But if we could just get what we.
Do you want what we started day one on, or do you want what we were like, before we started, we had a large number that. So do you want like our,
Yeah, no, those various numbers, just so we can try to look at trends, so that when we're planning for what we want to do, we know what we're looking
I
at.
think also just to back that up, you just add a column every month, hey, here's where we were in January, here's where it's, February, et cetera. So we have just a chart tracking over time.
Okay,
I know you might not have the legacy information, so it might be kind of a pain in the butt to track down September, but if we have it, it'd be good to see what the baseline was for the start of the year.
I mean, this is helpful, afterward. I'm saying now that we're having these sort of more conversations, so that we're not all thinking X happened when really it's not what we think.
That's it for office administrator, unless anybody has anything else for Melody. Okay.
Thank you.
I have a bunch of others. Thank you. Moving into real estate advisory panel update, Walker. Text an update. Translate. So there's a meeting tomorrow with CUSD and Colliers, who are our brokers, to talk about status and where we are. Anybody is welcome to join. It's just a Teams call and they give us updates. The first one, the current site is an area of priority. That's going to be the top of their agenda tomorrow. That's this building, which is going back to Pacifica and seeing if there, I know we had some issues with the seismic and the fault line on a corner of the lot. We're pushing on them to really figure out what the answer is there. So Pacifica has done, I think I mentioned this before, that a seismologist was looking at doing a fault line report. They haven't submitted it to us yet, but we're hopeful that it's going to be done and will give us the right result and say that it is inactive and that can hopefully be something that we can then use to march ahead. Assuming that goes well, which is a big if, then we have to negotiate price and start to get into detail Pacifica, but that's kind of the area of priority, is determining those answers. So that's one. Two is Reynard. That's the big, it's the carpet, the weird rug store with the giant lot, beautiful to Mission Hills, but it's also on a hillside and would require crazy expensive retaining walls. I think that was like 10 to 20 million. But the idea has been broached of partnering with another charter school to build that and to buy that and to essentially carve off a section. Now that's a whole other philosophical conversation, but that would be a way to get enough horsepower, enough dollars to be able to prep the site, have it ready, take down a chunk of it, and then be in a great location. 3, Mission Bay Inn. It is on Claremont Drive. It's for sale. And the purchase price is such that might make it tricky to do the build out that we would want, so they're evaluating what the cost would be to do a demo retrofit into the build, right? That's another option. So that's it, and we will know more tomorrow after the call with SDUSD. So again, if anybody's interested, reach out, we can send you the link.
What's the radius you're looking
It is expanded. So working with Colliers, they created this overlay map because there's fault lines, there's gas lines, there's proximity to highways and airports and dispensaries and strip clubs and alcohol. And it's, you'd be amazed at how quickly all those dots pop up and there's just no fly zones everywhere. So we started in Old Town and kind of immediate areas, Mission Hills, we've kind of expanded to Claremont and to maybe Mira Mesa and just other, we've started to just widen it in order to get more locations.
I don't know what the exact setup is, but my company just closed down and kicked all the customers out of 2 big buildings in Sorrento in Qualcomm City.
Okay.
They probably have a training room about twice this size on 1 floor. And that floor has 140 cubicles in it, 12 executive offices. I don't know what they are planning to do with it. It was not a performing data center, because we don't have any headquarters here.
Okay.
There's no corporate headquarters in San Diego, so.
If you have the address, which I assume we do, I would be happy to run it by Colliers and have them reach out and kind of figure out whether it's even viable. But yeah, we're open to any ideas.
Okay.
So that goes for anybody. You got an address, you're driving by a property, it looks interesting. Send it along. Walker's got a massive spreadsheet, all the leads that have been crossed off the list are still maybe alive, and it's now into the hundreds probably. But keep them coming.
Do you have like a square foot requirement, the number?
The lot size, we're hoping for an acre, half an acre to an acre. Willing to have a little flexibility. Yeah, that's no problem. And I don't, not really on the size, because depending on the budget, we could build something new if the site is big enough and if it's not, doesn't require so much horizontal construction and underground stuff, because that can quickly eat up all the money. But, you know, we're looking at hotels, we're looking at office buildings, we're looking at all types of. That is.
Talking about that forever.
We bring it up every meeting and
Perfect.
they pretend like they don't hear us. I mean, the other thing that we've talked about in the past, even to get creative, is partnering with the developer, carving up the site and offering housing for teachers as part of it, workforce housing. Something to get the wheels in motion. So we're trying to get creative. We throw ideas out at them all the time. But we're down to those 3, at least for this meeting. All right, so moving on from Walker, any questions on, any other questions on real estate? Jump into board discussion. The first topic is the report from the Disciplinary Policy Review Task Force. This was something that was set up sort of 2 meetings ago, but we realized last meeting with a specific action item to get together, huddle up, look at our policies and provide some feedback. So yes, I appointed Chris to help lead that effort. Chris, can you fill us in?
I'll be happy to. At the last meeting, you asked me to lead that effort, so I spent most of the last 3.5 weeks collecting the historical data to get back to Charter 1 policies years 1 through 6, policies years 7, 8, 9, and 10, and current policies. And I now have all the data and I've got it collected. So I will share with the task force some of the comments that were made by San Diego Unified, allegedly, that changed policies from year 6 through year 10 that are the disciplinary policies. So for example, if you were to compare the old charter and the new charter, the current charter says we rarely suspend or dismiss students. We use restorative practices for 99% of our discipline. That's what it says in line 1 of the charter. We had never used restorative practices in the first 6 years of the school. Okay, there was a disciplinary guide. So we'll have the opportunity on the task force the next week to look at the old policies, to look at some of the highlights that I made showing the comparisons. And then we'll get together and have a meeting and decide what we think is appropriate. And even on the basis of what we think is appropriate, we still have to contact council to see if the objections that were allegedly made by San Diego Unified to our disciplinary policy are somehow legitimate or not. And we'll try to make sure that, for sure, with the intervening holiday, you'll have a report for February so that you'll have time to do an implementation of new policies if you think appropriate, as we might recommend, and educate families as to same. That's where we're at.
Great, thank you. Any questions, Chris?
So we just updated the suspension policy. Are you looking?
The policy that we just updated is an update based upon the limitations set forth in our charter.
So we're looking to update it again if.
I think that I think the task was to take a look at past practices, to take a look at best practices, and to take a look at current practices and decide if the current practices are the harmonious, best, and historic, or if they're not. So for example, if you look at the charter and you look at the current policy, you're really hamstrung as to how to implement discipline unless it's a crime that was committed. But there is one sentence that says, in any other activity that faculty believes is potentially harmful to the health, welfare of the school. So every disciplinary policy turns on that sentence unless you brought a gun to school. Because that's really all the policy says we can discipline you for. And that is not given the tools, the teachers the tools they need to address the behavior issues in class. Because I think the kids are pretty smart. They've read the charter that says, but don't bring a gun to school. I'm good to go.
And I could be wrong, but I thought the charter referenced a certain code that defined what would constitute suspension or expulsion. And it was everywhere from bullying to sexual harassment to, it listed a whole slew of things.
It has a bunch of things that are all crimes. So all of those items are crimes, and those are things you must discipline students for. So that's what the education code says are the minimum. Okay. I'm not aware of any policy that has as their maximum the education code minimum. And that's where we are. Our policy is clearly the education code minimum. The things you must discipline for are our maximums. They're the only things that our charter says we regularly discipline for. And that's our problem. In my view, that's our problem. And you might agree or not agree when I'm done, but at least I thought that that was kind of the general consensus a couple meetings ago. So we started to look at, yes, sexual harassment is a crime. If you sexually harass somebody, it's a misdemeanor. Child can go to juvie for it. So you must discipline if that happens. There are lots of things that are short of the crime of sexual harassment that are probably disciplinary in nature that should be addressed. They were addressed in the past, right up until year 7. And they have gradually disappeared from that list. I can't find any of the policies during the time that Dr. Reed was here.
Which has contributed to bigger behavioral issues.
I think my perception is that I'm just coming back, as you know, but my perception is that.
Okay.
And I can't find I find no record of any of the policies that were during the Dr. Reed years. I can't find them upstairs. I can't find them online. I can't find them in our historical records. I can't find them in any of the emails that were ever promoted to me. Natalie couldn't find them before she left. I don't think Melody has had any success. So that's why I started with the record retention policy needs to be fixed.
During the public's.
Yeah. They weren't here.
Oh, you weren't here. No, okay, yeah.
And our former director of IT may have put some things in just before Dr. Reed got here that may have saved some of those. Now that he's your board member, I'll ask him if he had some of those. But I'm just telling you, I spent a lot of time trying to uncover archival information that should have been in notebooks in the office, but they're the notebooks I left. Notebooks I left 7 years ago are gone. Yeah, they're all gone from year 1 to year 7. All gone, they don't exist. But they were here when Bob Ham and I turned them over to Mr. C.
Mr. Ham said he might know where they are.
A lot of those notebooks were in the big safe upstairs.
Yeah, I went in,
You checked
yeah, I
there?
did check the safe, but you know what? I wouldn't mind looking at the safe a second time.
Yeah.
I'll come by this
I
week.
know a lot of them.
Well, we don't just open the safe for everybody.
I understand.
I just want you to know, we can't just open it up for everybody.
And with your permission, someone should check the safe and see if any of the first 6 years are there.
Okay.
I was told they weren't, but I didn't look myself.
Maybe
Thank
the
you.
person looking, didn't know what they were looking for, so you would know.
Thank you.
We can do a search too. I got some places in the moment.
I got them now. I got the data now, but I don't have anything from the Dr. Reed years.
I might have some answers as to why. From the teachers.
All right, let me keep things moving here. So moving down to item B, resignation from board. For me, it stinks to call it a resignation. There's always an agreement that I would be there. You guys push it to a year.
I mean, you're in for a year on for work,
Really.
I'm pretty confident in the agenda said that it was for 1 year.
Extending my Initial term by a year and a half, but okay, I'll wear it.
And you wore it well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it is bittersweet. I absolutely love this school and I will stay plugged in. But I do think with the change in leadership on the board that we've had here, and we've got some great new voices. And we've got some folks that were here before that are stepping back in and helping us to kind of, remember some of the best practices. And we've got a new approach to things as well. I'm pointing all over the place, but I think it's a great chance to merge different ideologies, a chance to get the parent community more involved. But also a good time for me to step back and let other folks take a leadership role. There's been transition over the last few years. I was here to kind of steady the ship. I am happy to provide legacy knowledge. And then to lean in and provide whatever resources I can, but it's time for somebody else to take the reins. So that being said, this is an amazing community. We've got a lot to be thankful for and appreciative of and opportunistic and positive about. In spite of the budget challenges and the real estate challenges and kind of the anvil that feels like it's hanging over everybody's head, we've still got great teachers, great kids, and a great curriculum. And I hear anecdotally from parents that have left and made that decision, hey, the school, the fundamentals, the curriculum is still really strong. And compared to what they're seeing at these other options, there may be other reasons that they're going, but the schoolwork itself, it stands alone. It's representative of the school, and it is still very strong. And I think that's a testament to the way that this school was built and the people that we've had, Turner in particular, during all the transitions in leadership and otherwise that have helped to kind of stay strong and remain a pillar of the community and make sure that we don't get lost in all the other details. Number one is the school and the curriculum. So that is a long-winded way of saying I'm very appreciative of the staff, teachers, the community that we built here. And I think if we can hang on, ride out the storm, there's gonna be much, much better days ahead. So I think as part of that, we've got to figure out now replacements, talk about bylaws and other types of fun stuff. So Mr. Ham.
Okay, under bylaws, Article 6, Section 10.
Oh, boy.
The president's vacancy shall be filled as it occurs, not at an annual election. I therefore nominate Bridget Celentino to be board president for the balance of the school year.
I thought we had agreed in the other meeting that it would be Kate, just because she came with.
I nominated Bridget Celentino.
Okay, well, I nominate Kate Johnson.
I'll second Bridget.
I third Bridget.
I second Kate.
Okay, so just real quick, because we jumped right into bylaws and replace that.
And I don't think we're actually at the point, we're not really.
No,
Well,
it looks like that's down here.
Yeah, that would be during the vote.
but I think, yeah, like, we can vote on this later. I hear the motion. Do we want to discuss, I'm just taken aback by everybody else. Do we want to talk about, hey, does anybody want to throw their hat in the ring? What we had talked about was having Kate as the VP early on in the year. Hey, there's going to be a transition coming up in a few months. As the VP, that's sort of a natural progression. Bridget, I hear you're being nominated. I don't know whether now we want to talk through, is anybody else interested? Is there a Cooper I see
Yeah.
sitting? Are there any sort of statements or discussions we want to have now, because we're going to be voting on this later? Now would be the time to kind of talk through mechanics or desires for those folks that want to get involved.
Well, it says you don't have an election, an annual election, but you could
It's a.
run it the same way.
Oh, no,
I
I'm
think
saying,
it's
I'm saying we're gonna
it's just
vote,
under
but
a
we're gonna
different
vote under the consent.
section.
After.
Yeah.
This is more discussion. So I hear that. I just wanted to give other folks the opportunity to say, you know what? I want to be the president. And I'm not here.
I think we're getting to a point where we need to be, not biased, and we need to not have an agenda here at school or kids at school, and it needs to be coming from. All I've heard is the school needs to get back to how it started. From the very beginning, and so I don't plan on being here long, but I do want to put in my hat in the ring and try and get it back to where we had it and let it go again. But it has been extremely disappointing to sit there in meetings that, number one, linger for 4 hours and not a lot gets done. It just seems like we're just rolling with the tide instead of actually putting our foot down and getting some things done. And I would like to see more people on board that are not as involved here in the school and have an agenda or even a lot of kids here when we're trying to get back to where there's some really tough issues that need to be conquered.
I think having kids in the school and knowing the day-to-day is an important aspect of being on the board. You give your feedback instead of, coming to a meeting once a month and not getting the full picture of the ins and outs and the details, like being in the weeds of what is going on.
Well, absolutely, and that's why I think you have to get more involved and talk to teachers and even come into the school. And I think classes, having been here for the 8 years that I spent, and I mean, the board was extremely strong, and we would walk into classes and help teachers out, because kids a lot of times will even act up with their teachers and with their parents, but when a stranger comes in, sometimes you could control that again. And that's what I wanted to have a meeting. Even my son said when he's here for his winter break, and he was the first president, he was the one that started having the students come here. And he said he wants to come in and kind of talk to some of the kids and tell them how they've got to be role models and build the school, but he would love to hear about the basketball. That was his biggest.
Have you come into the classes or?
I haven't gotten, I haven't actually sat up in the office and asked for that.
That's interesting, because I have been pushing for volunteers to be in the classroom in that way. And I couldn't agree with you more that we need to get back to what the actual original school was. So I'm glad to hear that we're on the same page there. And I also agree that we are spinning our wheels in that we're requesting things to be changed or moved forward over and over, and that's not actually happening. So, I mean,
Which has been said in previous board meetings. I've said, I feel like we're chasing our tails and we keep talking, we're having the same conversations and nothing is getting done. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah. And I think also having watched, prior to being on board, having watched every single board meeting since I have started at the school, either attended in person or watched it online, these are the same issues that keep coming in. This isn't, all of last year, it was the same thing. So I don't know, I know you have a history from years ago, but at least our history, our recent past. But I also wanted to bring up, just since we're talking about bylaws and replacement, is, that in our last meeting, we discussed and agreed that the issue of you and what we're going to do with, your voting requirement for Devin Phillips was going to be referred to the policy committee, and it was going to be a committee discussion with the school lawyers. But that was not done, and I see you resigned, and you've had that conversation, it looks like, on your own with the lawyers, as you presented this email from the lawyers, and you've gone ahead and made the designation. But we haven't gone through the process that was discussed here in open session, that this would be a matter for the entire policy committee. So I'm wanting to know why that wasn't done, because I just feel like to the school community, this then puts your replacement and the idea that you have designated a replacement up for scrutiny and criticism of the entire school community. So I just don't see it's legitimate. We do have the email from the lawyers that state that the idea that you can appoint the designee is an unusual provision. So I don't see, even though that's allowed, that is not really solving the conflict of interest, which is why the lawyer suggested that we remove the voting. So I just want to know why we didn't follow the process that we all as a board agreed upon in the last meeting.
So I had, at that point, I had reached out to John. I said that in the last meeting, I was waiting for a response. This was his response. His response was that I should designate someone. I talked to him on the phone to follow
It
up.
wasn't that you should, it's that you could.
Well, when I talked to him on the phone, he said I absolutely should, and it was mainly
Well,
to
but I
keep-
think that's why
Based
we
on
want to
what?
have to be an entire committee discussion, so that we could all understand and bring back to the full board as well as to the community what the discussion and the considerations are.
Well, I think one side note is, Judy, like it allows me this. I mean, our bylaws were
That's what I
already
just said,
pre-done.
that it
and
allows
created.
you to do it, but that it allows you to do it, it's still sort of a slippery slope as to whether it's the best thing to be done.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you from my standpoint, it was absolutely the best thing, because
Because we're talking about the school community.
well, and I think I would also say that because I think like, one of the reasons that I selected Mark, was because of his experience as a teacher,
Mhm.
his understanding of OTA, he's been a member in the past. As I said in my letter, and I just talked to Zach about this many times, one of my goals was to bring the founders back, to get them more involved in the school. I think I've done that if you look at the board now versus when I got here. And Mark was another step in that direction. And it also felt problematic that when I brought it up to the board, that the lawyer had shared this, it was immediately shot down that I needed to resign and not put a person in. And that was the goal with Zach as well. And that didn't make any sense.
I
No, I
know.
It was shut, Kate shut it down. She immediately shut it
It
down.
was that, it was.
I
the
actually
discussion.
said that the Brown Act is asking for you not to be a voting member of our board. That's
I'm
what
I'm no longer a voting member.
That's what the law has, but the designee doesn't absolve you from a conflict of interest.
According to John Limo, who again is one of the best lawyers, for school lawyers in
It says there
California.
there is the ability to do that, but I think that was the whole conversation, was that having you as a non-voting member also solves that issue.
So again, I'm not saying.
I just followed the process that he told me.
But that's,
Without transparency.
as you say, that's not.
There were multiple people who knew this was happening, so I don't
The
understand
task
that.
force, the policy task force that we discussed the last time.
Some of the task force knew that this was happening, yeah. I mean,
What is some of the task? force?
What task force?
Yeah, I don't know of one.
I don't remember a discussion about this in the task force at all.
I don't think those are connected, to be honest,
But that's what we discussed
but
in the
he-
last meeting.
but
so-
that would be Mr. Celentino, who I discussed this with a couple times.
That's
So
not
why are
correct.
members of
That's
that
not
task
the
force not
entire
doing?
task force.
I'm gonna be honest, some of the work he shared that has been going on, I wasn't aware of, so like, I didn't know, some of the work he's done recently that he was sharing, I didn't know was happening. That's why I said I wanna help with some
But
of
this
the
you
finding
did.
research. Yeah,
This you
absolutely.
But
I
that
wanna,
wasn't
I wanna
shared.
tell you all, since I'm on the
Oh.
task force, I don't see any minutes. But there shouldn't be minutes that say that the task force just was supposed to do that. Because I sat here, I sat here last time and nobody asked me to do any of that. We specifically said he was to get an answer from the lawyer.
No, we
And that it
actually,
was
you
to
know,
be
we can,
discussed.
it's online, we can all watch it. But what happened in the board meeting was that we discussed that the committee, the policy committee would bring this up for
Who is
discussion.
the policy committee is what I'd like.
I don't know who is the
The
policy.
policy
the one-
committee is.
Was
Was it the one
Mariam-
you just wrote?
No,
The task
No,
force
no,
that was
no.
complete
That's-
that?
Committee is the
No.
policy
Policy
the
committee.
discipline. So Chris, Judy.
I'm on a task force reviewing policy and discipline.
And those don't have anything to do with bylaws, so that's what I'm struggling with to even understand what we're
That's
talking
what
about.
we decided. Now, again, if we didn't like that decision, because we decided, but you were in this part of this discussion, Zach, that we were going to have this be under the purview of the policy committee, since it was a bylaw issue. Now, that's not what we wanted to do, fine, but that is what we discussed in the last meeting. So I'm saying is, you know, this hasn't followed what we as a board decided and agreed
Yeah, I
to
think-
do
I think
together.
what you're also saying, pardon me, say, can't remember anything for 15 minutes. But I think the idea was Devin was gonna huddle up, come back with kind of a recommendation after he talked to the lawyer, and then we we're gonna talk through it. So I think probably what you're talking about a little bit is whether it's allowed or not, I mean.
No, I'm not discussing whether it's allowed.
It's
I'm saying
completely allowed
The
through bylaws.
idea
hold
is,
on, it is allowed. However, as a board, what the discussion was with the Brown Act was whether the principal should be a voting member or not. That's what was the discussion.
And we removed that. I'm no longer a voting member.
No, you have a designee who is your proxy. So you still in
I
effect are a
mean-
voting member.
I mean,
So it doesn't
first
absolve
and
you.
foremost, Mark is,
Of course you
you
are.
should ask Mark. One of the first things I said to Mark is, Mark, please vote for yourself. I am not here. I mean, that's the
Why
very
can't
first
you be a
thing.
Designee.
Because I want people on the board who actually focus on the school as a whole and not individual interests. And I want somebody who wants to stand up for the school and make our school better, Kate. And I feel like I'm fighting an uphill battle constantly, and I want people who are gonna support that vision, not try to push it down and put up barriers constantly.
I think that's where the conflict of interest comes in, right? Like.
Well, and for that reason, I know Bridget, I don't know Kate very well, and I know Kate's, or that Bridget's got the school at heart.
I
So
think
that's
we
why I
all
would
do.
back her,
And
I mean, that's, you know,
I
think-
take offense that that's.
I think
From both.
what I was heading for was
Yeah,
can't
Bob
wait
has
speeches.
something.
I would like
Bob
to
has
call
something
the
to say, 'cause
question,
he's been here
please.
from the beginning.
Look, you guys, I feel like there's a clear divide, and I don't think that this is what is best for the school. For the kids.
Yeah, I
This is appropriate. Again.
Here's what I would say. I don't know,
I mean, we can let the kids, we can excuse them, but this conversation needs to be had, and
That's
I
1,000%.
I think it's
Still think the kids need to.
I would suggest we try to,
This is a
if we
public
can
meeting
table
as well,
this.
so if we're closing it down, that's one thing.
No, I'm not saying we're closing it down, but I also think in the interest of the kids, Claire, others that need to
Yeah.
get through the main agenda,
Let's
this is
get
gonna
through
be
that.
its own issue, and I'm sure we can go into close and keep talking more.
But I also think this is something that the parents and the community should be aware of.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree
100%.
completely.
100%.
That's why it's in the board notes. That's why I put the letter out there, so it's tied with the agenda.
Right, but the
There's
full
no,
conversation should be,
well, that may be, I just mean that was never meant to be hidden. I mean,
Yeah. it
All-
just seems like there wasn't, I mean, we can table it till the end and let the other.
That's what I'm saying, let's just get through the agenda so that
We
folks
agree.
that have other stuff to do can move on, and then we can talk about this.
We agree completely.
Okay.
But I do want to have a final last word on this, which is that again, I stand with what was discussed was a certain procedure that we were going to follow at the last meeting, and that procedure was not followed. And I think that brings
Do you have the
criticism
minutes
to the
from last
board.
meeting? Cause I don't remember this. Do we have the
We can
minutes?
watch the
We've
meeting,
talked
we
about
don't
it
even
for
need to
3
have the
meetings now.
meeting, we don't need.
We actually don't have the meeting minutes because the meeting minutes from November, we didn't get, what ended up getting printed was the agenda, so it was something we had to kick from today.
That's
But we
good.
can re-watch the meeting,
I
the
understand.
meeting is public, so it's not.
Oh, that discussion was covered?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
part of
I
it,
mean, I
wasn't
think
it?
that was-
Discuss
It was originally discussed with the Brown Act when that was brought to our attention, and then he was said that you should not be a voting member, but you should be on the board. Which
Yeah,
I
with
thought
the
was all we
speaker
were
that you brought in.
discussing. And the bylaws actually, that's the change, from my understanding from that recommendation, that was to be made.
Again, I just followed what the lawyers told me.
Okay, so,
Rough
guys,
stuff.
if we
we're
keep
gonna
going
be here all
for,
night.
yeah, if we go
Let's keep
from last
going.
word and trying to get,
Let's have,
let's move through the foundation report. Okay, Devin, let's make your principal report short, and then
As
we can
quickly
jump
as I
back
can.
into this. You too. If you're ready to go and you have a ride, thank you very much.
thanks, guys.
If you want to stick around, you can.
I think is your mom still here?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
You're welcome to listen to the foundation report.
This report's gonna be much different than going.
Yeah.
We'll flip.
Okay.
Actually, I think we have some good stuff to go over. Staff lunches, I think are going well. We have the holiday music performance tomorrow. We've got a good amount of volunteers on standby to help out with that tomorrow. I believe we're gonna get some additional middle schooler volunteers to help with the shutdown of that cleanup crew. So that'd be great. I know we've got a lot of great class parties scheduled. The staff and principal, I think, are getting prepped. Our student staff and
December
principal.
15th.
Great. And then winter break. So everybody's super excited about that. We did participate in the tree decoration for Old Town. A bunch of the students made ornaments and decorations for that tree. Hopefully, when the students are walking down tomorrow, it'll be right on their path as they walk right in front of the Whaley House. They can just take a quick detour and see their ornaments out in the wild in the community, which is very exciting. Old Town continues to be very supportive. Let's see, Jogathon. So I just talked about the incentive that we're about to do. One of the parents actually brought up to us, and I just want to make sure that we say it publicly here, because I know we've spoken about it before. Initially, our results from the Jogathon were a little bit underwhelming. We had a goal and we didn't hit that goal, and that was a little surprising for us. So we hadn't done that before. But one of the parents did bring up at the foundation meeting, adjusted for our current enrollment, we did actually exceed our goal on a per student basis. So I just want to give kudos to the families. I don't want the families to feel like they weren't stepping up and the rest of our community feel like they weren't stepping up. If we adjust our goal from last year, from the number of students that we expected to have to the amount of students that we had, our students and our families really did step up and do a good job. So I appreciated that. I think it was very helpful for the Jogathon committee to hear that. And hopefully it's helpful for the community to hear that on an individual basis, everyone really is pulling their weight. So I just want to say thank you to all the families again. We have also identified a Jogathon chair for next year. It is going to be Andresa. And I think we can all get very excited about that because I know that's going to be hugely successful. So very excited. Please tell her thank you when you see her. Remind her there's no going out now. It's on the public record. She cannot run.
Yes.
We have received, so last meeting we talked about one of the things we were waiting on was the field trip request. We have received that initial field trip request. We have asked for more information around the budget and to understand either some alternative funding sources and potentially some understanding around the contracts. There are some student number issues versus the number that we're required to pay out on some of the contracts. So we are having some discussions about potentially moving some of that around to try to help push that budget to less per student basis. So I don't know where that will end, but just know that that's something we're talking about. Gala committee is in effect. We have identified a couple of parents who have not officially asked to be named yet, but they have shown up to some meetings and I have high hopes that they're going to accept the role. Viva Last Giving will be the theme this year. It will be again at the Cosmopolitan in Old Town this year. Expect to see a lot more information about that soon. We're ironing out some last minute sponsorship items before we push out all of the letters.
But students have done a good job. They've provided some initial writing, and now we just need to finalize the sponsorships before we're ready to attach the formal letter to that. Capital grant project, that payout was wired to the school. Yes, received? Yeah? Yeah, great. So that is closed out from the foundation side. As Devin mentioned, we are in the initial stages of some additional grants that we're trying to identify other sources of funding for resources that we know that the school needs. Technology updates. I think we mentioned before, but the Edlio app has been delivered to the school. We are looking forward to seeing that. One of the things we've identified as part of that project, and I don't think this will be a surprise to the board, and I almost hate to talk about it right now, but the distribution lists are a little wonky, so we're working through with the school to fix the distribution list. One thing the foundation would like to suggest is that we work with the board to get together on a joint community to address the distribution lists. I didn't know this was going to be the topic, but before we get to the elections at the end of the year, so that we don't have the same issues in the elections that we had last year, that our distribution lists are up and running. Anyway, it was already on there. So that's our recommendation, is just that we work together to make sure that we have contacts for both parties or multiple parties for each of our families, and that everyone's getting all of their election information. The foundation is going to be updating our bylaws to move our elections and nominations up so that we start our announcements in February, nominations in March, elections in April. That will allow the incoming members to attend one and then run one before we leave for the summer. We think that'll ease the transition as we roll through. We have a lot of members rolling off, hopefully a lot of new members coming in. We want to make sure they've got a good couple of meetings before we break for the summer, so that they're not coming in cold in August. Couple of just last minute items that we're still waiting on, but I believe are on the agenda here. I know the school calendar we've been working through, and hopefully we'll see that soon. A lot of parents are asking about booking things for next year. We can't put them on the calendar until that's done. Talent show dates, I still get questions about that. And then the welcome committee, we still would like to stand that up. And I think maybe once we get the distribution list items sorted, we can get more information about the incoming families. Yes, that's still something we'd like to do. Any questions for the foundation, upcoming events?
I've noticed the Edlio app has been delivered to the school, has been on this several times on your reports.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
So we connected with Edlio, walked through all of the onboarding process. That has been delivered and available to the school. Connor has access to that.
What's the benefit of that app? I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Yeah, so right now we use a dummy down version of the notification portal that some families may utilize. It allows us to push notifications and has a limited amount of information on it. So you can get to events, the calendar, and then like you'll get my newsletter update through that if you're subscribed to it. The app should be basically a full representation of our website, where you can get to most, if not all, of the information that's accessible on the website, and should allow you to subscribe to notifications so you can get more live updates on the events that are happening, access to your teachers. The teachers should be able to use classroom chats there. So there's a lot of benefits to it. I think the school just has to finish going through their testing of it before it's rolled out to the families, but that's, we've handed it off.
So is that a joint database ultimately?
Ultimately, the ideal scenario would be that the OTA community has like one source of truth to go through, whether it's the school or the board or the foundation, that all of our information would live in the same place, so that if you're a family at OTA, regardless of who's running it, you're not going to multiple different channels.
And if you have a phone number change, you go to one place and it changes at every place.
That's the hope. Yeah. Yes. It is definitely not currently the case, and that's what we're trying to figure out between the application when you come into the school versus Power School that you sit on versus the newsletters that you sign up for. There's just a lot of data points, and they're not really speaking well together right now.
And does Edlio speak to Power School?
It can. So one of the things we negotiated, when we when we started the conversation in the app, there's some very interesting email conversations, was to get the sync through PowerSchool, thrown into our contract.
Great.
Yeah.
Now we're trying to sync.
That data has to get.
Yeah, we gotta get from school minute to power school, from power school to.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was always.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Claire? The only thing that I would say, if you don't mind, so I know Daniel's not here, since he was our election guru, I think there's a lot of lessons learned from last year. So if there's anything you can do to help you guys, or you can do to help him to vet those lists and try to follow a standardized process for both.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we're finding, and we saw it last year, is that PowerSchool, at least the feed that we get from it right now, provides one email per family, which obviously is not ideal. So we have access to emails from multiple parties for each family. Where our source is to kind of have one distribution list for the school that contains all of the guardians and parents that should be in that contact list. I don't know that there's an answer to it right now, but that is the goal, is that we would have that one list that everybody would pull from, so that it's a clean distribution and you would know if you're on it or not on it.
As I recall, every record in PowerSchool is exportable.
It is, but when they pull it out, what's problematic is they're getting the primary, but not the secondary contact.
But that's just another record in the data.
It is, but for whatever reason, that's been our difficulty, is trying to figure out, and I'm not a tech person, so I can't answer why, but that's been the difficulty. We have last year, it's carried over to this year, but I do think Connor has made great progress in trying to figure out some of that.
Yeah, and to be clear, I just, I will say, as a boundary, we are very much trying to say, here's the work we see that needs to get done, and we are asking for that work to be done. The foundation is not asking to take on that project. I'm happy to provide direction on where I think it needs to go, and I'm happy to provide some overview about where I think the pitfalls are, but we are not looking to take on that project.
Well, just to make the note, I think it's just scripting the template for the export that makes the difference.
I'll put you in contact with Connor.
I think we're part of what we're running into is that our enrollment is changing so quickly. We had massive turnover last year of about 80 students. So getting those distribution lists complete and accurate. We think we have one, then the next month it's not the right one. You see what I'm saying? People have left, people have come, people have left, people have come.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I will say, and you're not wrong, that is absolutely part of it. Even from a legacy perspective, like I used my individual classroom just as a test case scenario. We're maybe half of those families were in our main distribution list that we're using right now. So we are missing a large portion of the families that we should be getting information.
I manage 1,600 distribution lists in our company, and
Yeah.
if you don't keep the data stream solid, then they break down really
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah, I would be
I'm
happy.
gonna put a pin in
Yeah.
this. I love you guys.
Same here.
Everybody's
Yeah.
going in the same direction, but we got more important
Yeah,
stuff.
follow up with me after.
Okay.
All right. Claire, thank you very much.
Yep.
I'm gonna move on down to the principal report. Devin, let me crank it really bad.
Yeah, there's not honestly a lot of mine, building repairs. Again, we tweaked some air conditioning, the unit that we had that was problematic, but outside of that, the building has really been holding up nicely, this year. And again, I think it's because we put a lot of work into it last year, to do so. So, a lot of the capital grants funds that, we, just acquired, I think, 778,000, will help with our rent, which was part of its, original plan. So that will kind of ease hopefully some of the budget.
That's not baked into the current.
It's not
budget.
baked in because it wasn't in there. In addition to that, there's other grants and things that we're trying to bring in. It's gonna be, I think, a little bit like last year. Last year, when I came in, there was $180,000 deficit. As you heard today, we got it down to 12,000 last year. So almost broke even. So I think it's gonna be a lot of work like that, but I think honestly, with some things this year, we may even come out on top a little bit, but.
So I know there's stuff that's out there that you guys are pursuing, but if we were to use the existing capital grant, which is for all things building related, including lease payments.
what do we have, 450-ish grand left?
From 1 year. Probably closer to 250 to 300, somewhere more in that range.
So theoretically, we could knock this number down from 600 to 300.
I think that's a little bit, that's what I'm trying to do. Also, I think I shared last year a couple times, since we're talking budget, there's some, like grant money that is untapped. I haven't tapped into it yet. It's for different things that maybe I have access to from like 23 through 26, and I, didn't, or maybe last year 21 or whatever, and I chose not to use those things. So I have a lot of things in reserve for this scenario, for the concern of the budget coming into this year as we're trying to get the enrollment back up. So I was trying to plan for that weathered storm, if that makes sense.
Sure. Thanks.
So the building repairs, number 2, I am asking for a vote to get Miss Melody Dow on as a signer for the bank. We will need board notes for that in order to do that again. But once we get her on there, I heard there was conflict with having me on there, and we can take me off, and that way she manages that. But in the mainstay, it's been a lifesaver to have me on there because it's the only way we've been able to pay bills.
Bob also.
Bob is also on there. He got a call today. He called me about, so. Yeah,
So he's a backup. If you're not a signer, he's a backup in case nobody's out
We're
for
co-signers,
extended
right?
period.
correct.
You're co-signers, we don't discuss.
Yeah. So that would be the goal, to get her on there, so she can function even a little easier, because right now, which is fine, but when there's a bank call or something, I'm making that call. In the past, I think that's been in their department. C, which in the past has been a thing, but I first want to say thank you to Claire and Kate and Turner. I think we had a really joint effort from the foundation, the board, teacher, administrator, to kind of put this the 3 calendars together that we did. I think we met twice and some emails back and forth, met in person once, over Zoom to kind of finalize. We do have 3 different calendars for you guys to view. It is up for a voting item today, but that was just if we were feeling lucky. But it's also understandable if that's not the case, but I'm hoping we're feeling lucky. Option A is the closest to the San Diego Unified schedule. There are some tweaks within all of these off of that. We changed some in-service days because they hit differently for us. It does have a minimum day built in every Friday. I kind of gave some notes. Total minimum days 19, which include parent-teacher conference and quarter breaks. Quarter end dates, so you could see them, parent-teacher conferences, what dates those are, and then PD days that are listed out. So those are actual in-service days that aren't also minimum days. So on those, I think it's important to note that the in February during our President's Week, 2 of those days remain as PD days, as that was something that we talked about last year, kind of as a compromise for the minimum days. So I wanted to make sure that was still in there. So that's option A. Option B starts a little bit later, like 1 week later. Has kind of the same thing. It's a later start, but minimum days 19, quarter end dates all listed, parent-teacher conferences and PD days. So I think it became a goal of the 4 of us to kind of make sure that there was minimal difference between them, so that it would be easier for decision-making processes. And then C actually is what we defined as a balanced calendar, but is even a later start. 2 weeks later than San Diego Unified, goes through the same process. Again, it kind of shifts our end dates. Those are the things to pay attention on that. Again, 19 total minimum days, quarter end dates are listed, parent-teacher conferences, and then PD days. And there was a little bit of shift on that. One thing that I would like to point out for specifically A and B that I just think are kind of crucial is the quarter end breaks. A and B have quarter end breaks that end like we would be through both quarters when we went for winter break, which I think was what I grew up with. I think that's a really great thing for kids. That way they come back fresh after that holiday break. That's really the only 2 cents I'm putting out there. I don't really necessarily have a preference. What's that?
No, A and B.
A
and B have those.
Oh, because they're so early.
Yeah, so A and B have those, and I'm throwing that out there just as a comment. Again, I don't really have a preference. We'll work off whatever you guys decide. Kate, you had something?
I just wanted, I think you misspoke because you said PD or minimum days every Friday. And I just
Sorry,
wanted.
every other Friday, if I said that.
Every other Friday.
Yeah, my bad, that was local and please don't throw tomatoes, we were, yeah, my bad. Bob?
Not real.
Have the teachers seen these and do we have input?
Teachers have not seen them yet, so that's why I would say maybe tonight the reading would be.
I was unaware of that, I'm sorry, I thought that had
Right,
both
yeah,
teachers.
I'd like to know what they think.
100%, I was unaware of that, so I apologize, I thought that, my bad, on that, I thought that had been done, so.
The title on the balance is only because we got rid of an item.
Yeah.
That's why it seems odd that it
So-
says balance.
Yeah.
Say that again, the title on what here?
Well, on C, we had it as title, but we shifted a lot of things on C, so C, probably the balanced calendar isn't necessarily correct.
It says balance at the bottom.
Yeah, it's just, we had a name for
We
it. so-
eliminated her option.
Yeah,
I think it's just three great options that it should be easier than waiting until May to do it. So the legwork has been done. If it's not, I don't think it's a loss if we don't vote on it tonight. But I have not given it to the teachers yet, and that's my fault. I should have.
yeah, I think the input's important, so I would.
Yeah, we wanted that before we
Yeah.
voted on it. So, I mean, that was an ask from all of us in the
Yeah.
committee. So that would be reasonable. And I agree. I don't think that December to January makes.
No,
a massive
I don't even
amount
think we
of
started
difference.
talking about it until like March.
We're really trying to be ahead of the game. on
Well,
this.
we started in like way earlier in March, we were just still talking about it. We went to pick it.
Because that was the most controversial.
Yeah. Just an additional comment on the calendars, there was a goal I had to also bring the following years when we brought these. One of the things that kind of became a hiccup on that is San Diego Unified had a rolled out plan for the next couple of years, they actually pulled that back. And so because we're trying to match with them, we're kind of in a whole, and when I say match with them, our charter says that we have a calendar that is generally like their calendar. So it doesn't have to match by any means like same start date or end date, but we have to replicate a little bit of what their calendar looks like. So I hesitate to pump something out until I at least know what they have, just to be able to give you options that, I think one option that I hear a lot of parents, because we do have parents who have a kid here and maybe a kid in district, they're hoping for similar, off dates and start dates and things like that. So I think it's at least important to have that information before we move forward with the next one. So that was on me. My goal was to bring that. It was a little bit of a surprise that they pulled that down because it was up last year for the next 2 years. So
So do we know next year's for San Diego Unified?
Yeah, ours is-
If not,
the following years.
Yeah.
not.
Option A is most closely resembles.
Yeah.
Also San Diego Unified's next year.
Yeah.
So essentially, do we know when San Diego Unified is gonna put back out the information? For the
We don't know. It was odd that they pulled it. So
Why?
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead. No.
it was just odd that they pulled it. I haven't heard why they pulled it or what. Once we got through this calendar, as I was starting to look, hopefully for that next calendar before the end of this school year, voting cycle for the board ended, I was hoping to still get that in there. I was gonna call the charter office and just see if there was an update that I have that I could get from when that might be released or why it was pulled off the shelf, but, I was focused on this one currently.
I'd like to applaud you guys for getting together, hammering this out, having 3 good options that aren't all over the map.
Yeah.
Also, since we're not voting on this tonight, I'm inclined to say let's keep moving.
Yeah. That was it. I've done all that I was gonna do that.
But thanks, it sounds like the next step, you're gonna vet with the teachers and see which, they're leaning a certain way and bring that back, and then you're gonna hopefully get the updated future years, but without that, we can still vote on that.
100%. They're not really tied together. My goal was just to brought 2 years worth because I hear, from parents and from the foundation that they would like to know multiple years out. And so that is a goal of mine to provide that.
Okay.
The last thing was my letter in the packet. I wanted to welcome Mark to the board and thank him. I've only actually, Mark and I've only had about 4 interactions, times that we've spoke. One of them was Zoom, the first time I met him with the founders meetings that I put together last year. So other than that, I had a meeting with him just to kind of talk through what this looked like and if this was something he was interested in. I actually didn't know he was a former board member until I was digging through some agenda minutes from multiple years ago and discovered that. But wanted to welcome him and
Also wanted to take some time to thank you, Zach. The last year and a half, there've been ups and downs in every direction that are possible. But you've always been on the other side of the phone. I've enjoyed talking to you. I love where your heart's at and all the work that we put in, and I really deeply appreciate you, and I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I think just off of that, I just want to say something before we get into this and the first starts flying a little bit. I think having been in the middle and trying to be Switzerland as much as possible, even though folks all over the place may not feel that's the case. It's amazing how much alignment there is among the different groups here. And, I think once we actually talk and can hash through these issues, I think people are gonna go, no, I completely agree with you. We're arguing about the same thing. So I think that's the overarching theme that I'd like to put out there. Palace intrigue aside, I gotta say, I've been just as flabbergasted as everybody else by all the little machinations that are going on tonight. So I'm hoping that we will still celebrate the spirit of collaboration and communication. I think this could have been avoided if, as it was teed up and months ahead, we had just talked through this rather than definitely more dramatic. It's more exciting for my last night, so I guess but I do think folks are aligned on a number of issues. And I think by pulling in the same direction, you communicate and picking up the phone and not getting into text wars or communications among people, just go, hey, wait, what? Let me just pick up the phone and see what the hell's going on. So that's kind of my last salvo before we get into it. So having said that, do we want to hammer out the easy consent action items and then talk through whatever we need to talk through before the other action items?
We're still voting. This is still an open.
Yeah, this is not,
This isn't
not
closed.
closed. This is all still open, because I
Yeah.
do think Marion brought up an important point, like, we don't want this to be some sort of poke and dagger process. We gotta talk through it as a community. So I welcome that exchange. We started to get into it, and I think rightfully so. Like, wait a minute, let's be respectful of other people's time and the kids being involved.
Well, I think like we can go, I mean, my advice would be we just go down the list of things. I mean, they're, kind of set up so that some of that stuff's towards the bottom anyway.
Okay.
I don't know if I missed it, but there was principal voting delegation and process, and I had a couple of quick questions on that.
Mhm.
So one of them says, one of this says in Lemo's email that is provided here, it says charter school conflict rules place some restrictions upon you in that regard. And that is in the regard to designate, what are those restrictions?
Hey, can you tell us where you're at? I'm sorry.
Yeah, on Lemo's email, I'm just trying to
I'm sorry.
understand what you meant. It said, although the OTA bylaws specify. Although the OTA bylaws specify that you or your designee serve as a board member, an unusual provision. Charter school conflict will place some restrictions upon you in that regard.
I don't know that I know. I mean, I know I asked Limo.
But you don't know what the conflict of interest rules are for restrictions, the restrictions on those.
So my understanding, although I don't want to say that I completely understand this process, because again, he was talking about the lawyer stuff that I don't always understand. He explained that it couldn't be like a relative. It couldn't be like somebody who it couldn't be like another teacher who I was like a boss over. There had to be a distinguished break of someone who was not regularly a part of my life, which is kind of where I landed on the work.
So my other question is that I think there might be more restrictions there, and I'd like to star that for more information.
Feel free to send any
The other-
questions. I can send them on the lawyer and put them back to you guys.
Can we all, I mean, I think a lot of part of the issues is that a message is getting delivered to just one person, cannot just be this case. I think it happens a lot in this board. There's a lot of side conversations, and so we come with questions like this that, I mean, not everybody, you may not know the answer to. Do we have access to the attorney to ask these questions?
Yours. They work for the board. The lawyers work for the board.
And I mean, again, that I think was one of the conversations was in the last meeting that we were to have. And just since we already had a policy task force with, you know, 2 lawyers and a business person on it, that we would be the right people to have this conversation with the lawyers so we could get, you know, more understanding of the issues and then be able to report that, so it's not all on you.
Yeah, Judy, I'm glad to share his number with you. I mean, you have access to him anytime.
So
you want
my
to call him.
understanding was
That's not a thing.
I think I would want to.
I think that-
Judy as part of the task force.
The only issue that I would say is,
Yeah, every time you call him.
Well, and that's where I was gonna go back to, hold on, that's where I was gonna go back to, was your understanding was when this Brown Act was. I'm sorry,
I'm
what?
just saying his phone number's right there.
I understand, but as Zach makes the good point, a bunch of us calling for the same information isn't a great use of time.
We could have all been in on.
And so
one
as I recall, the
conversation,
conversation that Judy had, that she's referencing when it comes to the Brown Act and all of this. The conversation with the task force and the policies. We're supposed to have a conversation with that group, with Lemo. And then this was also added on to try and save the money of having multiple people have conversations. That's, I believe, what you were referencing as your understanding is how we were gonna move forward with this. And so I think that's where the lack of transparency is kind of what Zach is bringing up. Is that we're not understanding why that conversation didn't happen. Also, it hasn't happened with the task force for the policies either. So.
I don't know what that last comment was.
Meaning
Well,
that the conversation.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just saying, meaning that all of the communication that we seem to have with Lemo is through you. So we don't know what question, and I think that's not that it's a bad thing.
No.
It's just that we don't know what question was asked. So there's an answer to a question. We don't know what the question was. So.
So this question, Judy, was simply, as I step off the board, what is the process that we need to do in order to not have to rewrite the charter? And this was the email that he responded. I mean, it was very simple.
Okay, so.
The goal was not to have
Hold on.
to do like a material change to the charter.
But so for instance.
Hold on, the last conversation that we had, you and I had about that, you told me that rewriting and having you not being a voting member would not be a material change to the charter.
That was my understanding, and this was his response as to how. That I could designate someone in the voting.
But that's
position.
not changing our bylaws, and we were speaking specifically about just changing the director's position as not being a voting member.
I'm not sure I understand your comment. I did follow the bylaws. I mean, I followed the bylaws according to what the lawyer told me to
So
do.
moving forward, if we were to have a new principal come in 10 years from now, they would actually, per our bylaws, still be a voting member who would then need to resign and designate someone. What we were intent. That's what our bylaws say.
According to John, because I did this is now the precedent to follow the bylaws. And so
It's
when the
different,
principal,
but it's not
so when the
bylaws.
principal comes in, he will immediately get to designate someone, but he will not be a voting member, or he or she.
So this is one of the options to solve this issue, but it's not all of the options to solve this issue.
Well, and that's, therein lies the issue, is that you're saying you don't understand, but there are those of us who do understand. And we haven't been able to have it, and again, I don't think it's, you know.
Judy, I'm glad to get you on the phone with him anytime. Like, I'm not trying to gatekeep. That's not at all my goal with Limo, especially.
Whether or not it's the goal, that's what has happened, and so now we have a change that has been made with no transparency.
Well, the change isn't official yet.
It is official, according to the bylaws, according to our lawyers, it's.
Well, it's official that you designated someone as your voting member, and that's according to our bylaws. My understanding from the Brown Act presentation that we all sat through was the recommendation that our director / principal should not be listed in our bylaws as a voting member.
And
So
that's
the
another
bylaws
issue.
should have been changed, not how we handle it according to our bylaws now. Overall, when we were sitting here in that, they said, your director should be a non-voting member according to your bylaws, not your director should follow your bylaws and effectuate a designee.
Again, Kate, read the email. I'm not sure what else to tell you. Like, that's the reason I put it to the public, so everybody could see I wasn't doing anything that was not on the up and up.
I don't think I don't think we're saying that it wasn't on the up and up, it just doesn't seem transparent. It seems like there's still a lot of questions. Everybody on this board was voted in by the public and not,
That's not true. He was appointed this year.
well, but in the past, he was voted in.
Also,
But also,
you
that
have-
was in a public meeting where the public saw our deliberation and discussion as per the Brown Act as to how or why we designate people. Whereas this was done, you know, we did, so you.
there are board members that knew this was happening, and now that's the part I'm not understanding.
Okay,
He was
well,
tasked to do this, so.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I believe that Devin was tasked to do this.
I just
so
followed what you guys asked me to do. I
Yeah.
told you I was reaching
I
out to
think
the
he
lawyer.
has to get information and relay it back.
And he
have-
aggregated the information and provided it.
after
After
the
he made a
designation was
decision.
made.
I wrote the letter according to what he told me to do.
Yeah,
That-
that's. per
that-
the
You
that-
agenda.
said I can write it and designate it in the letter.
I'll go back to, this is one way to handle it. There's more than one way to handle this issue.
So do you want to propose
everything?
additional-
Than one way.
and then
Well, that's
we
what I'm
vote on
saying,
that?
Bridget, we agree upon that, right?
Yeah.
We agree that there's more than one way to handle
Look, you
this.
guys, I think we're
And
getting
more
to
than one way
the
to look
point
at
where
it.
we're getting a little bit catty unnecessarily, and I think we need to work together and figure out a solution.
100%.
Like Zach said, we're all speaking the same language, we're just saying it in different ways. And I think we should all use, you
Except
know,
for the
that.
fact from being the original founders, having started the school, had our heart and soul and everything in it. From the first day I came to a meeting, there was an agenda.
Bridget, you guys have an agenda
There has
too,
been an
very
agenda.
clearly with the
You know-
nomination of your presidency after it was already discussed in our first meeting. So there's an agenda on both sides that we have to acknowledge it. All right,
But
so
the
don't
saving
throw
of the
stones when
school
you
is
guys are
what's
doing
at
the same
heart.
thing.
And what we need is positivity in this group, but which there has not been. There has to be
Including
harmony
from you.
and harmony from the very, I've been in shock
Shock.
of what's happening in the school.
So have I.
Absolutely
I've been
in
shocked.
Yeah.
We've been-
I have
Anybody
been
longer than you had.
devastated by what we had here.
I agree.
And having to hear how Natalie was the greatest thing that hit this planet when I knew 6 years ago she had no business being
Well,
here.
it's,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
we're
there.
in an open session,
Well,
so I
okay,
think.
well, I know a lot about this school, actually tons of details about this school.
wanna bring it
And
back to
there's
the
been
school,
an
and we
agenda
know-
since the
we
beginning.
know the present.
This is,
You
My
know the
agenda
past-
from the
you
beginning
know
has
the
been to
present.
support this school, and I've worked for years.
See, that's the catty
That's-
shit I'm talking about, like, why do you?
Whoa, whoa,
Well,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
that's
whoa,
not
whoa.
being catty.
That's just like
It's
sexual
frustrating.
for
We're not in
separation
that-
though.
But we're,
Guys,
we're
frustrated.
frustrated as
We
well.
are, we are in open session, we're setting an example from the community.
Yep.
We are allowed to differ, I think. What I would like to
Let's
say
move
is,
forward.
with the bylaws or not, and the process. It feels like, Mark, you, by the way, seem like a great candidate,
Yeah,
and
it's not-
we're happy to have you. And it seems like having that legacy knowledge, like. Yes, a lot of this sounds very positive, I think what's missing is just that. There was just a key piece of information and conversation, if he came to us and said, hey, look, here's my recommendation, I talked to Lemo, here's what he said. I realize it's more administrative than anything else, and here's what we're gonna do, and starting in January, I'm gonna have Mark do it, raise your hand if you disagree, I think that would have been a slightly different conversation.
And I think that's all we were asking for is the transparency. It's the open dialogue, something that I brought up in the first meeting of all of these side conversations happening. And all of these in cahoots with each other, kind of like today. And I mean, from both sides, we have A group here, we have B group here. We need to come together and figure this out and stop having these side conversations and do it as a group. We're a board, an entire board. And I mean, we're not behaving that way.
Okay, so. I know we're still talking through this, we still need to vote on a couple of quick
That's
things,
freezing.
we do need to go into closed. I know Melody wants
Well,
to
there's-
talk
but
to us,
there's
but-
voting.
No, I know, I'm saying, we need to vote on a couple things first. We need to go into close, and we might need to go into close before we vote on a couple of these items, because we might need to have a more frank conversation. And we'll probably, I don't know what the outcome will be, but I think we need to have an ability to talk. Without everything being done. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going here, this is an important conversation, is going to happen, open. Approval of the regular special board meeting minutes, the November regular board meeting minutes.
We gotta keep it, it's not in there.
Okay, let's keep moving. Approval of the check register.
I didn't see the check register.
No.
Well, it is the check register.
Why not?
Okay,
It's-
moving on to C, approval of 23-24 revised budget. So Josh presented that front end, nobody's happy with it. We already talked about some strategies to try to mitigate that bottom line hit. It is what it is. And if anything, it probably needs to get a little bit worse to reflect where enrollment is, but I think we can march ahead with his presentation as is, or I'm gonna make a motion that we approve that. All those in favor? Aye, we still gotta raise our hands and, all right, aye.
I've seen.
I'm gonna abstain.
There's 3 abstentions.
Wait, this is which one?
This is the
The revised
revised
budget.
budget. I got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If Judy, you're approving. This is, Josh's presentation.
So this is what we'll go to Cindy.
The vote carries 6. No, 6-0, yeah, but there's 2, 3 abstentions.
Yep.
Okay. Approval of the first interim budget.
That's the thing that David gave you.
It's the first interim audit, it's not.
Audit, it doesn't say audit, okay, yeah, got it, so negative declaration, which is good. We'll make a motion,
I'll second.
thank you, all those in favor? Aye.
Right.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I
Okay,
had
yes,
my-
carries unanimously, thank you, you guys, real quick. Approval of Ms. Dell as a signer. I get a motion,
I move that we approve that.
thank you.
I see.
Okay, seconds, all those in favor? Aye.
No.
No. There are some people on it that we probably should talk about taking off that aren't longer here.
Yeah.
James
I would
Barkley
say-
is still listed on there.
I would say you go ahead and do that.
Okay, is that okay? Okay.
Unanimous, that carries unanimous approval. Don't go to
I think we're kicking F.
foreign countries, okay, F. We're gonna push, and then G, we're gonna talk about, and then we're gonna come back and. All right, so we're gonna move into closed. And Melody's gonna go first. All right. 10 o'clock, we did it. For the sad people that are still out there, we're back in open session.
Caring
We don't have
for the
anything.
parents that are still on.
Yeah, sorry.
We appreciate.
Sad because so long. We do have an open item here, closed session. There's nothing to report coming out of closed. We don't have
For the
anything.
parents
Oh,
that are still on.
yeah, sorry.
I don't know how to keep turning on.
Okay,
Can't hear.
final item
Zach.
under.
They can't hear.
Can't hear.
Still can't.
The sound just now came through. That was from the first time you talked, so they
But
should,
it's still black, like the screen.
it's not. I mean, like, it's delayed.
You can appoint Mr. Burgess for the next one.
Yeah.
Marky.
I think we can all very quickly agree with that.
Yeah.
You see now.
Now, when this happens, people have watched.
You said
What's
right
the what?
here.
Oh, gosh, what kind of people do we have?
Supportive, caring parents who care about what happens to their school.
Maniacs.
I know.
This is my. last
You don't
word.
care. You see what
No.
None of us are from Tony, but a lot of them are from.
Oh, yeah, he's not.
He's like, have you seen the Knicks?
Okay, well, I certainly would.
My man.
Is it live?
It's been live the whole time.
All right, so we're back and the sound is working and the.
I mean, on my end, that's what the sound was coming through. It's streaming, it's a delay.
Okay, they can hear.
Okay. We're gonna try this again. All right, we gotta close with nothing to report. We are going into our final consent action item, item G, nomination and approval of the new board president. I don't know about additional officers. I think that already happened. That's the bylaws that were.
That was in case someone who was already in a position stepped into a new role. Another one had to be filled.
Got it, okay. Thank you for the clarification. So do we want to briefly rehash, I think for everybody here, there was some discussion about who wanted to be president. Bob made a nomination for Bridget. Kate as the VP might have made sense for possible succession. We went and had a very frank conversation and open, and then continued that dialogue and closed just to really truly understand where everybody sat. And now I'm going to make the recommendation. I'm gonna put your last name. So Marion Placeni will be the new president.
I second.
Hey, how do you say
I'm gonna
that?
put it up to vote. We have a second. I made the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimous.
Congratulations.
And
And condolences.
We're very excited about it.
I have 200.
That's it. Thank you guys very much for joining us.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.